Okay, I have a theory. I just turned down the system sounds from Windows. I turned them off and also turned the volume slider all the way down. Now I'm gonna take a screenshot. You son of a bitch! I knew it. Why does that trigger your fucking system sounds and pull them back up to maximum volume? Why? Why? Anyways, hi. I'm Commander Useless. You guys are the viewers. And tonight, we're gonna play some games. I know, shock to me too. Anyways, hi Enoch. How you doing? Thanks for handling the announcement. I was completely swamped in the kitchen. But that's all in the past now. But don't you worry. I have a few games planned tonight. Yes. I'm okay too, I also guess. Oh no. As they say in that meme. Oh no. You know, in the absence of painkillers, I hear a rubber mallet works as well. Well, jokes aside. When can you pick some new ones up? I also hear this thing called hot cocoa is a great painkiller substitute. I'm a doctor, trust me. I definitely don't have shifty eyes right now. I'm already halfway through my hot cocoa. No! Oh no! Oh well. I actually have a couple of indie games to look at today. I played most of them before, but one of them is a survival horror game. The other one is a not really horror game, but it is kind of tense at times. More of an adventure game. Made by Ubisoft, but it's actually not like one of the AAA titles. It's like the B-team game. But it's not bad, from what I remember. I've finished it before. I had another game in mind. Where is it? That's what happens when I don't pay enough attention. Let's see. Oh yeah, Elden Ring. No. Oh, I see. This is why. I removed my tag search. Because I sometimes just go through my Steam list to look like, what games do I have and I haven't played? And there's a lot of them. And a lot of them also have the horror tag set. I feel like there was a an emulated game I wanted to show off, but I don't know. Well, worst case, we'll figure something out. Got a whole bunch of weird games. You might start a long playthrough of Silent Hill Origins, actually, since that actually runs nicely now. Origins is not Shattered Memories. Origins is a different game. It's that game with the, like, trucker named Travis. It was running kind of badly when I tried to do it before. But since it runs okay now, there's no reason not to. Of course, we also have Siren, that super cursed game. I'm not sure if I want to play through that one. Oh, we also have Fatal Frame, that's right, Project Zero. That's tempting. We also never finished Haunting Ground. I have Resident Evil Outbreak. All kinds of fun games. I'm also half tempted to just play Remnant. That's a good game. Vampire could be a good time, for sure. Lost Planet 3 is pretty neat. I received a message that they had processed the warranty thing for my CPU cooler. They said that they can exchange it for a new one, or give me a refund, even though I didn't buy a new. I went to the shop, the dude said it's all good, except they don't have that much money on the spot. Well, fuck. Did they do that? Did they just hand you money back in the store? I find that really odd. I didn't know they did that in some places. You know, another game I've been wanting to play through is, it's a game on the Epic Games Store. Hang on a second, I forget the name of it. It's God something. I don't think it's named like Godfall or something, but it's something along those lines. Maybe it is Godfall, actually. We'll see. It's probably not very interesting to watch Godfall. It is a very flashy game. It's a Souls-like, but it's pretty fun from what I remember. Preparing the Epic Games launcher. Ooh. It would be nice to end the day with a fun game. So I'll consider it. Whoa. Spamming me with game updates. Thank you. What's on the menu today? I just went through what's on the menu today. Come on! What's on the menu today? Well, I was just considering what we should be playing, and there's quite a few things. I have Death Stranding? No way. When did I get that? Oh, whatever. Yeah, I went through a bunch of games that we could potentially play. What is this? Where is it? This game I was thinking of. I have so many games that I would just like to try and play that I have but haven't actually tried. Like Control, could be fun. Creature in the Well. Not to be confused with other Well games I played. Ah, Cave Story, that's a good one. Ghostbusters, the video game, of course. The Shadowrun series, fantastic games. Oh, that's right! I totally forgot I had a Sherlock Holmes game. How big is this? Yeah, you can download, I don't mind. I can play something else while it downloads. It is... let's see. Like, scroll through... I have so many games on Epic Games Store, it's crazy. Most of them are free that I got. It's Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishments. I'm not sure if that's a good one or not. It looks okay. Critics gave it a crappy score, but players like it apparently. Critics gave it fucking 52%. But, you know, game critics don't know what the fuck they're doing anymore. This game's from 2014, so I guess it kind of counts as, it really counts as a retro game, doesn't it? But yeah, the players gave it 4.4 out of 5, so, that's totally okay. I've been wanting to play one of these games for a while, so, yeah, let's definitely look at one of these. I probably would, honestly. That's why I picked it up. Even if it was free, I was like, ooh, Sherlock Holmes game. Adventure, let's go. We'll let that download. We'll let it sit in the background. In the meantime, we could always boot up something else to play. We'll let the song finish first, though. That's the best thing about adventure games, you know, you always... like, it's fun to watch. Like, that's really what happened to me back when I was a teenager. Like, I found the Let's Play thing on YouTube. And a lot of people were playing adventure games, and it was just so great to watch. Adventure games are the best. Looking forward to that. But let's start off with a really dumb game that won't last for very long. I say it's really dumb, but that's actually really unfair. It's just an unfinished game. You see, one day, ages ago, when I was a small boy... No, but it's pretty old. There was a man, I think, who made an online game, a browser game, called Dead Frontier. Which was pretty cool. It's like a top-down survival horror. Loot the empty city and expand how far you go out from the safe zone and shoot zombies and level up, and it was pretty cool. He's making a sequel. It's pretty cool too. I haven't played it in ages. I don't know how far he's progressed. I last played in June 2021. So let's give it a go. Yes, small boy useless. I've never been quite a small boy, except when I was born. I was born and I was like super small. My parents had to buy these like premature baby what are they called? Shit. Diapers. There you go. Baby diapers. Actually, because they were called premature, the baby diapers, my dad took the last few letters of premature, T-U-R-E, and that became my name for a while. I was just Ture. Not Tor, but Ture in Swedish. Anyways, backstory aside, this might be very loud, so I'm just gonna mute the audio real quick. I'm gonna boot up my awesome Twitch chat overlay. Thank you, Eunuch. And let's boot this thing up. Whoa. Play Dead Frontier 2, Dead Frontier 2 DirectX 9, Dead Frontier 2 safe mode plus DirectX 9. Let's just play. Thanks. We probably won't be playing a horror game all day. When I last played this, there wasn't too much to do. It was very repetitive. But you know, I want to see what he's done with it. I want to see what's up. Game. Hello. Oh, there it is. Game. Let's see here. It's not appearing. It's minimizing itself, that's why. It can take up to 3 minutes to load on game and older machines. How do I capture you? Let's try game capture, that might work. Game capture. Life is brutal. Agreed. Capture any? No. Capture specific window. This one? Does that work? Hey. Let's put that here so it's not blocking the chat. Alright. Take a peek. What is my password? I don't know. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? Yeah. I must be at least 15 years or older. No! And not under any circumstance, transfer your account to another person. You may not deliberately allow other players to kill you. Hang on. I agree. I need to... I didn't mean to log out, but I need to... Oh my god, nudity. Gotta turn that off. Custom. Sure. Yep. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. That's a lot of weird effects. I have a third-party app called, what is it called? Where's my shortcut? There it is. Borderless Gaming, which turns any windowed application into a window full screen app, which is really nice. So there, now I can actually see the chat properly. Movie bars, no! Don't worry, there won't be too much of that, I think. Oh god. Events, cool. Let's make a new character. That's not how you make a new character. I see, I have to actually, like, delete the guy. Okay, Deshant, get out of here. Maybe I just had to click, like, new character somewhere. There we go. Whatever. Oh, look at this bad boy. He doesn't even have shoes. Amazing. How dark can we go? Whoa. It's like kind of unrealistically dark. Well, I suppose it depends on where you come from. This looks more reasonable. Do we have an appropriate face for you? Can I zoom in? Nope. Your email is asterisk at Gmail? Damn, we found out. I'm now doomed. I feel like none of these faces really fit this particular skin tone. I guess we'll just pick one and pretend. Sure, why not? Hair. Short? Whoa. What kind of stylist do we have? Ponytail? Oh. That's not a ponytail. That's a knot. There we go. There we go. Beard. The biggest beard. Okay, maybe not. Thick. Thick. Yeah, there we go. I look like the guy who dies first in these horror games. Oh, what is my character name? That time when you want to add a name and you're not sure if someone will call you out like, that's a racist name, because you want to try and make something accurate, but you're not entirely sure because you're not from that particular culture. Scary stuff, man. You know what? We'll just go with the Final Fantasy VII name. Is it Barrett or Barrett? Barrett. I don't know, we'll go with Barrett. No one can argue. Dang it! Alright, fine. There we go. Perfect. Wonderful. Where's my 2x4? Oh, whatever. MMO? Pfft, no. I'm gonna play solo. And for Gunmaster 69. 420, I'll have you know. So you always start in the Dalbo Police Department. I think this is not too loud, so we'll enable the sounds. It's actually kind of quiet. You can fix that, though. I don't know why the music's louder than the sound effects. Yeah, that'll do. How you doing there, Ian Hardy? I represent a group of survivors from scientific backgrounds who are attempting to produce a cure. In order to do this, we need an ample supply of blood samples from the infected creatures. We spotted a new mutation among the creatures inhabiting Meadow Lake Apartments, Dalbo, and we're offering to pay a significant sum to anyone who can bring us some blood samples. Is that something you might be interested in? Travel to Meadow Lake Apartments, Dalbo, and collect 6 blood samples from the infected. Return to Ian Hardy in Dalbo Police Department, Dalbo. In Dalbo Police Department, Dalbo. I wonder why. I don't know where it is. To receive a reward of $200 and 700 experience. Sure. I'll do it. If I remember right, we actually have... Okay, we have 60 bullets. We have some band-aids. Ooh, 10 HP. Oh my goodness, that's gonna solve everything. And I won't use my account stash. Well, that just looks way too happy. I don't want to be here. Man, is it dark? And there's the exit. Hey, outpost leader. How you doing?
Hi.
Hi. Outside because I'm infected. I can do that. A beginner quest? That's unusual. So this game is more or less open world. You can use your car for fast travel if you have gas. So it wants me to beat up some zombies in the streets. There's one. Let's see, let's right click the... Yeah, that's the... that swing, and then left click is the overhead, kinda. Oh, there's quite a few of them around. Alright, I got this. Yeah. So good at this game. No, what happened to your arm? Ha! You're disarmed! Now what will you do? Yeah, it's right. Yo! Yeah. Eat shit and die. Wow, they're much weaker than they were when I played this ages ago. Let's try the gun. A verified pea shooter, this is. The gun, yeah. This is actually interesting because the weapons used to be much weaker than I remember. Or, not that I remember. The weapons used to be much weaker. So I'm getting annoyed at the movie borders. We're gonna remove those in a second. I didn't realize the movie borders would be on all the time. How many are there? Oh. I guess the gunfire alerted quite a few, huh? Better gun than in the last game. No joke, huh? So you actually have a level system. There's actually perks and skills you can learn. Man, you could, like, cleave with this thing. 2x4 cleave! 2x4... Ah! Never mind. 2x4 cleave! 2x4 cleave! If I remember right, the big zombies have more health. Surprise, surprise. The other attack you have is a little bit faster. Can be good if they're close. If they get a little too close. You dead? Yeah, you did. Have I killed enough for the mission yet? How do I find out? Mission log. Yeah. Cool. I had to kill 5. Alright, let's go get a... Whoa, hello. Let's go get a reward. Zombies aren't that scary early on, but they get abilities of their own later, like spitting acid or being set on fire, becoming feral so they can run at you, and some of them have like combo clawing they can do. I remember all kinds of stuff like that. Yeah. You are safe in here though, so we can take a look at things. This game is pretty fun in multiplayer mode if you play with friends. Level up. What else do you have?
So hungry.
With 5 items, return. Okay. So when you level up, you can add skills. It's kind of like Fallout perks in that sometimes you can unlock higher ratings of these perks. Like if I get Looter, which gives me 10% search speed, 10% find unique item chance, blah blah blah. Later down the road, I'm not sure how many levels, you can get Looter 2, which just doubles the effects up, and then you can like specialize that way. And there's a lot more than these than I remember. Extra body damage is probably nice if you use some machine guns. This will be useful when I play single player. Now, I usually go with something like thick skin because bleeding and burning really sucks. But let's try something different. I think this one that teaches you how to kick. Kickboxing. Doesn't actually give you... Maybe you already have the kick. That's possible. That definitely changed since last time I played. PvP is an option for sure. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get Looter. It's too good not to have. Fast Learner is pretty great as well. Exterminator. I think I'm gonna go with kickboxing, because having the kick is very useful. What button is the kick? Is it F? E? R? D? Hang on. Let's see. Quick heal. Sneak. Dodge is space, kick is right alt. Losers what I would get. Too late, I already have that. Okay, so I have a dodge. It's that little bar on the left down there that looks like a person with like speed lines. It has a very long cooldown though. So the kick doesn't really do a whole lot of damage from what I remember. You had to learn these skills before. I'm pretty glad you just get them now. This is free, by the way. Oh, that's right. I forgot the lines in the movie. Let's see. There's the movie bars. There they are. You can dodge different directions. It's just kind of a little buggy. Alright, well, let's go loot someplace. Like this inn. I'll show you the kick really quick. It's pretty good if you get attacked by something and you need to get some distance, because it knocks them away quite a lot, I think. Yeah. Big knockback. Good if you have a gun, too. Seems like it actually did pretty decent damage. Interesting. If you manage to hit one of these in the back, you do a lot extra damage. That kick definitely is stronger than it used to be. A yellow outline means you can loot it. I like how there's music now when you get attacked. That's actually kind of nice because zombies in this can go through doors. They don't give a shit. Ow. They usually get back up. Can search this guy. Yeah. See? One just came from upstairs. Ow. I'm getting my ass wrecked. There we go. If you don't have a head, I'm pretty sure it's safe. More whiskey. Wonderful. How am I doing on health anyway? Okay, they're not hurting that much. They used to hurt more. Hi there. Dead? Nope. No, you're dead. So these areas you loot are basically like little dungeons. Ooh, tin soup. Wonderful. So you can find certain keys to open up certain doors, and behind the, like, last door thing... Whoa! Oh, no! That was bad. There was also a spitter in the center of them. A mutated one. Damn. If you hit them mid-animation like that, you don't actually knock them back. You gotta be careful not to hit them too often. It's a bit silly, maybe, but it's kind of interesting. I would use my gun, but it's very easy to attract more attention that way. Dead? Yeah. It's a fun little game, but it does get repetitive. Dog! Man, they also It's also easier to find shit than it used to be. Like, I remember struggling to find medical supplies and food. Now it doesn't seem to be so bad. Okay, that one's dead. More whiskey, okay. Who stores their whiskey in the bathroom? Only clever people, I suppose. It also always points you to where the way out is, so you won't really get lost. There's more detail to the game now than it used to be. I feel like the controls aren't quite as sluggish anymore either. It's very responsive. So he's actually done some good work on it. Crap. That one's not dead, yeah. Crawlers are terrible. They're the ones who would kill you in this, because they can attack you super fast. Rifle rounds. So it's always useful to pick up stuff that you can make use of or don't need, because you can still sell them. Even if you play single player, you have access to like the player market, so you can put up your stuff for sale and get some money. Alright, I might actually be forced to go and try and fight that terrible room. Rifle rounds. There's also more zombies than there used to be. The kick in action. I think, yeah, it definitely is always online in that way, but you can play them on your own at least. Something I appreciate. Ow! Dead? Okay. So I'll use that band-aid. What the fuck? I've never seen that thing before. That's terrifying. Okay, that thing scares me. Okay, you can't kick it, and I'm poisoned. Or infected, I can't quite tell. The tougher enemies usually drop stuff, though. Oh, fuck. I just realized it dropped some fucking terrible things. There we go. I forgot that the infected or the mutated, they release those worms when they die. Okay, I'm not too badly hurt. But I have radiation. I'm losing health by the minute. Wonderful. But hey, I found a rifle. And it's pretty decent. Might as well, eh? Alright. We'll take the soda. Why is my... I didn't want my pistol to be equipped. Where's my 2x4? Okay, rifle's pretty decent. Ah, there it is. It's a garbage 2x4. It'll be great to find something to help this radiation. Well, it's not quite what I need, but take it. Do you respawn like you did back in the day? No. Good. I should go back and buy something to help me with this radiation. I also want to clear out this room. That should have done a lot of damage. I hear them. Still coming for me. Wonder how much attention I garnered using my rifle. Cool. Not sure what that is. I think it's a shotgun. Shit. Double shit. I'm okay still. They don't hurt as much as they used to. Did you just die randomly? No, you lied to me. There we go. Ooh, alright. Didn't get a key though, which is surprising. Painkillers. Enoch, I found some. I'll throw him over. We'll call that successful for now. So yeah, it's an interesting little game. Considering it's a free-to-play game, it's actually pretty well done. Oh, fine. Just because you're right there. Ah, take that, loser. Might keep this rifle. It's pretty handy. Yeah. Level up. I'm level 4. Damn, I've been doing good. Do I have looter 2 yet? No. Sad. Gonna go with toughness. How about now? I'm guessing at level 5, then I get the option to get level 2 of chainsaw damage. Ooh. Find more healing loot sounds good. Alright, so what you can do is you go to the trader.
How long can this go on?
And you can sell stuff. Like this whiskey. I think it sets the lowest price based on what people are selling it for. Yeah. There's a lot of people playing because there's a lot of whiskey. So let's be assholes here. It was a shotgun, yeah. It's pretty good too. Plus 6% body damage on a shotgun is actually really nice. And an exhaust from my car. That's what that was. So we'll sell these for $130. Ooh. And then $128. Ooh. And then $127. Now, if you have stuff that people don't want to buy or whatever, you can also scrap them, which gives you a minimum amount of money. Can be useful if you need money right now, though. Now, I need medical assistance. Something that cures radiation. There we go. $900. You what? You guys are nuts. You guys are fucking nuts. Holy shit. Hold on. Can I scrap this? Yeah, I'll scrap it for $300. Okay, so you also scrap things for way more money. I think that's why everything is so expensive now. That shit. I'm pretty healthy now, though. Hey, I'm not... Oh, it doesn't last forever. Well, good to have them, I suppose. And I don't have to eat or drink yet, but I have some canned soup. I got some sausages and soda. My day's done. I got all kinds of good stuff. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. What else you got?
Hi.
It's an item for sale with the trick. Done.
Hi.
Oh, come on. Fine, I'll list an item for sale, you bastard.
You'll die in here.
Thanks. I'll link you too, buddy. Yeah, I'll sell my exhaust. Yep, $20. There. Finish my quest.
This world's gone to crap.
You're gone to crap.
What's the use?
Scrap an item. I should have done these earlier.
What's the use?
Everyone's so hopeless. It's like real life. Yeah. It might have been because the shotgun I scrapped was like a rare model that was worth so much. No. I don't want to do that. I'll take it, but I don't want to do it. Okay. How long have we played for? Oh geez, we have 40 minutes already. Should we move on, or do you want to look at this some more? I don't mind playing it.
Hey.
Hey. Oh, cool. Get a free skill reset. I don't need it, though. Pretty happy with what I have. I would love to find a better melee weapon. It's not bad, but like I said, it is very repetitive. We have a map? Oh yeah, we do have a map. Game is pretty big. Could have expected worse coming from you. I'll take that as a compliment. I play good games too, occasionally. Hey, my whiskey just sold. I see it up there. Nice. So there is a pretty active community then, since they bought my whiskey. Ow! I hate crawlers. Ah! Yeah, glide backwards as I kick you. So the only way. Dead? He did. Wouldn't be surprising if there's food in this dining hall or dining room, or, you know, maybe some 12-gauge shotgun shells. I don't know. But basically, you prepare yourself by leveling up and getting gear in the lower level areas, and then you risk going for the harder stuff. Antibiotics, nice. You can find nothing in these quite often. I'm shocked that I'm finding so much. They've definitely changed it, or it might be the event. Lady, I do not think that is how you use the stove. It's like she was crushed by it, like it fell from the ceiling or something. Yeah, it might be looter doing work. Might get lucky. It's one of those chill games, honestly, you know? You chill, play with friends. Kill some zombies. Yeah. Not sure if this guy died or not. He's dead. Love to have a better... Ow! That's it, fucking crawler. Get the hell out of here. I hate them. They're the worst. You don't see me. I'm totally hidden. Bastard. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, everybody. It kind of, ow, it kind of plays like that PlayStation 2 game we played, the Korean horror game. Damn, crawlers, man. Should have been a pistolier or a shotgunner or something. Speaking of shotgun. I have so many rifle rounds. Might as well use it for a while, huh? Hey. There's the iron key. Fuel? Well, this certainly makes the killing faster. So these items, like the newspaper ad, you use them for an experience. You also get some lore. I'm not gonna read it because I'm in danger, but yeah. That's how that works. It's gone after you use it, I think. Still have it, so let's discard it. I do wish that's how it worked in real life too. Read a newspaper, gain experience, level up, learn how to loot better, learn how to shower better, become a toothbrushing master. Hey. I'm glad they don't see you right away when you open a door. Painkillers, attack! The only downside to the rifle, I feel, is the slow aim time and the slow reload. High damage, though. Do like that part of it. Shotgun. I'm gonna make a killing is selling shotgun shells on the market. Unless I find a shotgun again, then I might actually use it. Place is huge. Oops. What's that? Are you stuck in some objects? What is this? What the? Oops. No. 8829, God. A rare baseball hat. Okay, so these chests did not exist before. That's pretty cool. Oh, fuck yeah. Amazing. What did that do for me again? Find ammo, damage versus mutated, find crafting. Cool. That's super handy, super helpful. Huh. Yeah, they definitely got better loot and stuff than before. You used to never get stuff like this at all.
Good evening, I'm Duncan Albright. Tonight I'm sitting down with Mara Nix, CEO of Secronom Incorporated, to talk about the latest advancements in medical technology. Mara, how are you this evening?
Excellent, thank you.
That's good to hear. Now,
Whoa.
You've been head of Secronom for nearly 2 decades.
Whoa.
And during that time, you've released the N2 and N3 viruses into the market.
That's right.
Were you at all worried about how they would perform in the market? Usually, people take medication to get rid of a virus, not catch one.
People fear what they don't understand. It's true that virus is sort of a dirty word in the medical community, and that could have held us back. Fortunately, we were able to run a very successful PR campaign focusing on the benefits of these viruses and won the public over.
And yet, despite your efforts, there are still holdouts who suggest those who use your viruses as treatments are only making themselves more ill.
I understand their concerns, but the way the viruses work are very simple. Viruses that make us sick target parts of our bodies and attack them, leaving us feeling ill. The N2 and N3 instead focus on attacking invasive material, much like the body's natural immune response system. If it helps these so-called holdouts, perhaps we can think of these viruses as booster shots for the immune system.
You recently announced that the N4 virus is nearing its human trial period. What can we expect from this new treatment?
While I don't want to promise too much, it is our hope that the N4 virus will be able to make cancer a thing of the past.
Are you saying it can prevent cancer?
Not prevent, yet, but eliminate, yes. In lab tests, the N4 has been able to successfully eliminate every type of cancer we've tested.
And you anticipate that this miracle cure will be available by the end of the year?
If all goes according to plan, yes. I'm quite optimistic about this new virus. I think I speak for everyone at Secronom when I say I think it has the potential to change the world.
She was right. Hey there. Those little audio clips also did not exist before, so that's pretty cool. Soda. I think we'll go use that iron key, because I don't feel like exploring this place much more, and my inventory is getting kind of full. Sorta. And I also want to show off some of the other games I have planned for tonight. This was fun, though. I was actually enjoying this. Could be a cool project to play with someone else. There we go. Am I doing on health? Okay, I should probably heal up a bit. There we are. No boss room. Interesting. A rare beanie. Color. Whoa. These items are great. There might already be a few other games to play with other people. What, like Grounded? I don't even know what that game is. Is that better than my baseball hat? Actually, yeah. I look hilarious. Can't wait to get into a light area so we can take a look at my character here. Rest assured, though, he's pretty amazing. Come on. Come on. There we go. Look at this man. He's ready for the zombie apocalypse. I always have Discord Nitros, that's no problem. I was considering switching my Discord Nitros subscription for a Game Maker Pro Studio or whatever. Game Maker Studio 2 subscription. The Jackbox like where you get the prompt and everyone has to find a GIF to fit the prompt, I see. Sounds interesting. Might take a look at that at some point. But now we're safe. So we're gonna quit the lobby. Hey look, there's a whole bunch of people playing. Damn, look at this. Oh, the list stopped. Never mind. But there's still quite a few people playing. How about the North American server? There you go. A lot of these are passworded. People don't really want to play open, I guess. Some PvP. Like, this looks like such a stereotype. Like, this is like a trading video. Like, hey, you don't want to meet this guy in an alleyway. How can you protect yourself and your family? Buy the AR-15 now. Fucking, oh god. It's funny though. Definitely non-posthumous. Yeah. I hope he keeps working on this. It's fun to play. And I will definitely like to play the full version at some point. So I say GG. Good job. Okay, what else do we have? Alright, that, oof, you know, I'm very, very tempted to try that, Sherlock Holmes game. So let's actually do that real quick. I'm gonna boot it up, and I'm going to mute the audio because I don't wanna kill you guys. Not yet, anyway. Okay, yeah, it's very loud. I'll let it load so I can not fix. So I can set this to windowed full screen and lower the audio level. The mouse sensitivity in this is puny. That's really odd. Relaunched the game to change the resolution? What? For real? Okay. Must be an old game. Let's relaunch it. You can't launch it now. It's doing some cloud syncing. Ugh. Cloud sync. What the fuck? This is not 1920 by 1080. Well, thank God for borderless gaming. Let's fix this thing. Let's add where is it? Sherlock Holmes and what the it's what? It's not working. What? This might be the only game where that hasn't worked. The fuck? When I set it to 1080p in window mode, it's actually more like 1920 or like, not 1920, it's more like 1800 by 1080. It's really odd. Let's try it with 16 by 1900. 16 by 900 rather. This game is struggling. Come on. We can do this. It refuses. This is problematic. I kind of need... Well, I guess I'll just play it in window mode then. Because I really want to read the chat. I want to interact with you guys. Otherwise, what's the point, eh? If I want to play games without talking to anyone, I'll just do it without the stream. I like that you can't even change resolution without it needing to restart itself. That is some old school shit. Alright. Put it over here. I'll turn off the overlay for now. Go. I'll enable the audio. Switch the game screen. Make sure it's capturing the right thingamabob. And... bam. That is not correct. Please fit the screen. Thank you very much. See, it's got those black borders. It's not doing it in the proper resolution or the proper aspect ratio, and I don't know why. Very frustrating. Not quite. Almost there. Yeah, that did it, I think. Okay. My mouse sensitivity here is so low. Is this a console game? Oh, it is. I'll use my gamepad then. That's comfortable. Oh. Thought I had a Russian edition or something. I notice we have black borders on the top and bottom now. Oh well. It's not showing up in the, in OBS, so it's okay. The bullshit interactive. The fate of Black Peter. Oh, is this with Creepy Watson? Oh god, I hope so. I love Creepy Watson. What the hell are you doing? One more. You have to reload at some point.
Holmes, will you stop that?
Why don't you reload? There he goes.
You are utterly mad.
Four. It reloads after 4. Okay.
Stop, Holmes.
Is that you, Watson?
Yes, of course it is. And you almost killed me.
Nonsense. I was aiming for the vases.
Blindfolded?
Watson, quiet, please. I'm trying to concentrate.
Audio issues? That's fine.
Ah, Lestrade. What is it this time?
He can see me. Well, here it is, and it's a good one, Mr. Holmes. A gentleman by the name of Peter Carey, also known as Black Peter, has been murdered.
A sailor, most probably.
What happened here?
Oh, Mr. Holmes, how could you?
It's the only exercise I've had all week. A grateful client from Limoges sent me a vase collection this morning. I couldn't think of a better use for it.
You're out of your mind.
I missed 4 out of 10.
Given you were blindfolded, that was very good. Can I have a try?
No.
Am I the only sane one here?
I suppose that Watson is right, Inspector. A little brain work would be preferable now. Do please tell us more about Black Peter.
Peter Carey, born in 1845 and 50 years old. An ambitious sort, he achieved much success in seal and whale hunting around Scandinavia. Retired in 1884 with a small fortune. He invested his money in a property called Woodman's Lee, near Forest Row in Sussex. It was where he lived for 6 years, and where he was found dead yesterday.
Okay.
Has the investigation already begun?
Yes and no. In fact, this crime is so mysterious that I would prefer you to join me down there.
Give me half an hour to prepare, Inspector.
Take your time and join me there. I have to go through the yard first. The merry men struck again.
The who?
What have they done this time?
They robbed a powder reserve. I'll meet you at Woodman's Lee, Mr. Holmes.
I should help Mrs. Hudson here. I also have several appointments that I must keep this afternoon.
I shall go alone then.
I don't need you, creepy Watson. I'm pretty sure creepy I'm pretty sure creepy Watson was in a first-person Sherlock Holmes game. X to open the casebook and check your current progress with the investigation, task, evidence, etc. Oh boy. Here's all. Here's 6 whale hunting. Yep. These controls are weird. Oh, it takes a second to load. That's what it is. Okay. Hey, Watson.
You go along to Peter Carey's house. Mrs. Hudson and I will take care of the mess you've made here.
All the bullet holes.
Oh, what a mess! What a terrible mess!
Let's go to Watson's room. That's a big bowl of soup. I'm just kidding. Why is it that his room, despite being like 100, 200 years older than mine, looks 200 times better? Let's go to Woodman's Lee.
Yet. I am not finished here.
Sadness.
This is where I keep my post.
Why? Under a knife?
This is where I keep my post. My archive. I can always consult with it if needed.
Okay. Let's get dressed. Yeah. Let's snoop around in my own room. That's good. I wasn't very happy with your hair. You have a lot of choices. Oh my. I think we gotta go with a classic. No glasses, though. What? Like all the way down on your neck. What? Dude. Well, I know what we're going for. Yeah. The Boy Scout outfit, what is that? How do we look homeless? Your suits are boring. Well, we'll go with the sailor outfit then. What? Oh. What happened to my hair? Come on. Can't do this to me. Okay. You asked for it, game. Damn. I guess they're all locked. Sad. Man. Super sad. Even the head is locked. God dang it. Not this one, though. There we go. Beautiful. Alright. I'm sad. Is this a loading screen? So it is. Someone tell the cameraman to get up from the floor.
Mr. Holmes, I'm over here. Come on.
They can tell it's me because of my fancy hat. Cannot speak with the police officers. Nice mahogany colored suit though. What was that icon up there? Okay. Fotoprints.
These footprints appear to be quite large.
How does that guy not see it? He's like sitting right in front of it. Pretty sure he knows. Anyways, pretty interesting mechanic. I think that's neat.
Mr. Holmes?
Hey. This reminds me of that other game we played, in the first person one, that was all a bunch of weird, like, puzzles.
It seems that the garden was well maintained. It seems
that the garden was well maintained. It seems the garden. I wanna go around with this mode all the time now.
Mr. Holmes?
What is with my controller? He's like heading left, I'm not even touching it.
Inspector Lestrade, when will you remove my husband's body? It's sacrilegious to leave him here like this.
As soon as we can, Mrs. Carey, I assure you. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. He's a
Holmes.
detective. No doubt you've heard of him. I'll wait for you in front of the cabin, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
My condolences, Mrs. Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
You have a gardener.
The garden is very large and well maintained. Do you employ someone to look after it?
It is true, there is a lot of work, but my husband took care of it himself.
I see.
Do you remember at what time you found your husband's body?
In the morning, at around 7 o'clock, I noticed the cabin door was open, but I didn't go in to take a look, for I knew my husband would not have liked it. At around 10 o'clock, I dared to glance in through the door and... oh dear.
Madam, can you tell me if you saw or heard anything unusual upon the night of the murder?
At 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard a terrible scream. But I thought nothing of it then. He would scream all the time when he was drunk.
Really?
Was your husband accustomed to receiving visitors?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I mean, he didn't really have many friends. We lived quite an isolated life here, after his retirement.
Kind of limits the list of suspects, doesn't it?
Occurred on the evening of the murder.
Well, Peter got drunk in the evening. He was in such a terrible temper. Usually whenever that happened, he'd stay all night drinking in his cabin before passing out.
See. What is this? Not looking for details? Time appears to have stopped. Am I looking for topics?
You have indeed suffered a great loss, Mrs. Carey. Nevertheless, I believe it will be less of a burden for you soon.
Yes, life with Peter was never easy, but he was still my husband.
He was different, wasn't he, when you first met him upon your return from Plymouth?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Oh my goodness, but how do you know about that?
How do I know about Plymouth? Choose the evidence that confronts the statements of a character in order to blah blah blah. How do you know that? Hold on. I'm gonna open up my little book. Is it the portrait thing? I don't know. I guess the same St. James pilgrimage has to do with Plymouth, is that how you pronounce that? I don't know, like, I wasn't paying enough attention. That's all I can think of, though. Has to be.
You undertook a pilgrimage to the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela when you were young. That much is evident from the rosary in your hand. The shortest route for the pilgrim from England to Spain is from Plymouth.
Plymouth.
I believe that you met Peter Carey as a young sailor there, and you married him soon afterwards.
That is indeed what happened, Mr. Holmes. How extraordinary.
I am very extraordinary.
Thank you, madam.
Who could do such a thing? My poor husband.
I should probably pay attention. This game demands that I pay attention. My bad. I'll do my best. Can't go in. I'm starting to grasp how this game works now, though. And I like it.
Peter Carey's body is inside the cabin. We took care not to touch anything.
Excellent. I will touch everything.
The door is locked.
Wait just a moment, Mr. Holmes, and I'll open it. I locked it yesterday to ensure that no one should enter the cabin and tamper with the evidence.
Ah, good thinking.
Hello, hello, hello.
What is it, Lestrade?
It seems to me that someone has tried to force it, Mr. Holmes.
Let me see. These scratches are fresh. You're right. Someone tried to force open the door.
I swear these scratches were not here yesterday.
Our mysterious visitor came here last night.
Well, he's not the man for the job. This lock is not a difficult one.
Perhaps he did not have the right tool.
It sounds very, monotonous, Mr. Holmes. That's okay, though.
What a terrible way to die.
I just wonder why he kept these spears in here. Maybe he's a Dark Souls player. Suspiciously empty space. Like my brain.
This place is not covered with dust, like the rest of the shelf.
Hmm.
An object was taken from here. It was larger than a book. A box or a small chest, perhaps.
I know what these are. Oh,
The
whale
tooth
tooth, never
of
mind.
a sperm whale, probably from one of Peter Carey's catches.
I thought it was something else. Fancy mode.
The ship's logs of the Sea Unicorn for the years 1878 to 1884. Peter Carey was her captain. Harpoons for hunting whales.
Pretty small, aren't they? Considering how big whales are. Oh, loot! I love loot. Boots, huh?
Peter Carey's boots. They look to be a size 8. Old navigation instruments, nothing interesting.
You're not interesting.
The Sea Unicorn. She was the ship that Peter Carey commanded.
My mouth isn't moving when I speak. He's been dead a while. Why?
This wooden handle is plain and solid. This blood is from the pool underneath the dead body. Peter Carey tried to defend himself with this knife, but he did not succeed.
Indeed, he did not.
The pattern of the blood stain indicates that the notebook was not lying on the floor prior to the crime, but it was dropped into the pool of blood after the death of Peter Carey. JHN are probably the initials of the owner of this notebook. These abbreviations mean something, but what?
What else fun stuff do we have?
Peter Carey was impaled to the wall by a whaling harpoon.
Seems kind of like an ironic way to go for a whale fisher.
Peter Carey was fully dressed. He was not caught by surprise. It is possible that he knew his murderer.
Someone with formidable strength as well to shove this thing through him into the wall, pinning him to it.
This man is in his 50s, yet he still looks quite strong.
Know what I mean?
The weapon fully penetrated the body. The force of the blow was immense. The initials PC have been crudely burned. A sailor's work. This aroma is familiar, but to recognize it, I must construct my associations in one picture.
Huh? What? Okay. This is odd. This is very odd. There we go.
Yes, this is a coarse tobacco, quite strong and very popular among sailors.
I need to make a mental image for you for that. Whatever, Holmes.
Someone drank from this glass recently. Rum, a sailor's drink. It seemed that Captain Carey was enjoying a drink before he met his death.
Let's go try those with the marks outside. Interesting. Someone came here for that box. They killed him.
These boots don't match the footprints.
Indeed. This reminds me of Soul Suspect. Find a pair of related clues, and they will form a deduction. Not yet.
Have you finished inspecting the crime scene?
Not quite.
Mr. Holmes?
Okay, fine. We'll do it. Weird how these things work. Help. What is that? Oh, okay. Now! May not do that. Yeah, I don't seem to have a whole lot of matching things. Kind of is like Soul Suspect, isn't it? Let's talk to the lady. Is there a save, by the way? No, it's autosave. Okay, just making sure. Did Peter smoke? I mean, obviously.
Is this your husband's tobacco pouch?
I'm not sure. It might be, but he hadn't smoked in a very long time.
Really? I have everything from this.
Your husband's private papers. Do you know where they are?
There was a small tin box, barely larger than a book. He kept his papers there. It should be somewhere in his cabin.
It's not.
Thank you, madam.
Do I get like a penalty for getting these wrong? I wonder. Doesn't seem like it. Because, you know, that means you can just try everything with everything. I don't want to do that, but... Meh. Oh, it shows you which ones you tried already. Okay. I literally had to draw a conclusion. That's funny.
Someone was here yesterday. They attempted to force the door to gain...
I'm not sure what I'm doing. The buttons are weird. The controls are very odd. Wish I could run. Oh, I can't run. Oh my god. Hold R2. Let's ambush.
Well, Mr. Holmes, what do you think?
I think I'm an idiot.
I think that we are lucky.
And why is that?
Because of last night's attempted break-in.
Oh, you've lost me.
It is very probable that whoever came here hoped to find the door open. They tried to force it with a knife blade, but they failed. What will they do? Why, return tonight, when they will be better prepared.
Aha! So what do you propose?
We shall remain on the outside, near the window, where we stand the best chance of catching sight of our visitor. Well, gentlemen, ready your pistols. We have a long night ahead of us.
Okay.
We need to find a good place for an ambush. Perhaps behind Carey's cabin, near the window.
Let's hide in the bushes. What could go wrong? Nope.
This looks like the perfect hiding place.
They'll never see me with my hat. Interesting game, this. Surprising nobody, I'm bad at it.
Shh. Did you hear that?
I'm dumb and deaf.
There's someone there. I'm gonna collar him.
I'll be right behind you.
Will I, though?
Police! Hold it right there!
Mr. Holmes?
All right, my fine fellow. Who are you and what are you doing here?
You're detectives, I suppose. You imagine that I'm connected with the death of Captain Carey. I assure you I'm innocent.
Innocent? And what are you doing in his cabin?
Shall I tell you? You came to retrieve what you had lost after killing Peter Carey, but we were here waiting for you.
What is your name?
John Hopley Nelligan, but I didn't...
Do you deny that you came here yesterday?
No, but yes, it's just that I couldn't...
I'm tired of this. Off we go to the yard. Tomorrow, I'll see that you're put in front of the judge.
What? But you can't. I'm not... It's a terrible mistake.
I think he's right, actually.
Enough. You can explain all of that to the judge. You're coming with me to the yard.
But...
In light of recent events, it seems evident that your coming here was unnecessary. All the same, I'm very grateful to you, Mr. Holmes.
You are welcome, Inspector, but please don't be too hard on our young fellow. I would like to question him tomorrow morning.
He just came back to get his notebook, man. How you doing? 100 £100 reward. Nice. What the?
Good morning, Mr. Holmes. Can I help you?
Good morning, Constable. I would like to speak to the fellow who was arrested at Woodman's Lee last night.
Ah, the young man. He's waiting in the interrogation room. You can go straight through. His belongings are held in the evidence room.
Thank you.
Thanks, boy. Any evidence around here? Never know. Evidence room. I knew there was evidence in here.
These are the suspect's belongings.
Take your ring.
And partner, 1883. To my friend, from R. Dawson. Dawson. I've seen this name before. Perhaps my archive holds the answer.
I picked up the notebook.
A handkerchief with the initials JHN. A pocket knife It was used to force the door of Peter Carey's cabin. The notebook that we found on Peter Carey's cabin floor. These abbreviations means...
Evidence required. I must construct additional pylons. So archives, I guess, are back in our place. This weird, like, stack of newspapers. There is something missing, though. I want to look at the notebook. There we go. I don't see Peter's initials on this thing.
Mr. Holmes?
Where's your interrogation room? Staff.
Locked.
No! Okay. Can I just walk in?
Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Holmes? How you doing? Let's take a look at you. Nice hat. Patchwork clothes. Expensive patchwork clothes. Elaborate buttons. Callous. Scars. His hands look to be in terrible shape. Thin neck. Let's ask about the notebook.
Does this notebook belong to you?
Yes. But where did you find it? I did not know... I thought I'd lost it at the hotel.
What do these abbreviations mean?
Oh, no. I beg you, I can't. If I told you, it would only make things worse.
But I will find out eventually, Mr. Nelligan.
I will find out eventually, you little scamp.
The sea knife was found near Carey's body. Tell me, Mr. Nelligan, did Mr. Carey try to defend himself or to attack you with it?
I don't know. I didn't kill anyone.
The police seized this valuable ring from you. Whose is it?
I didn't steal it from anyone. It has always belonged to me.
You're a terrible liar.
The ring's date of engraving is many years ago. You would have been a child then, hardly in any position to receive such an item from a partner. So, Mr. Nelligan, who is the true owner of the ring?
The ring is mine.
I mean, it doesn't really prove it isn't his, but it seems unlikely. It's also, you know, the fact that you're using someone else's jacket.
No, Mr. Nelligan. I believe that the ring had belonged to your father.
Oh, but how do you know?
The jacket you are wearing is made of an expensive fabric that only a man of exceptional wealth could afford. You do not seem to me to be a rich man, Mr. Nelligan. Furthermore, the garment is ill-fitting. It is quite clear that it belonged to someone else, most probably your father. With your father gone and taking with him the family's wealth, as a little boy you had to find yourself a manual job, and it was most probably cleaning fish. You cut your hands often while working, I can tell from the scars.
I'm speechless, Mr. Holmes. It all happened exactly as you say.
Can't wait for someone to be like, you're completely fucking wrong.
Well,
You're an
I will
idiot.
see you soon, young man.
Well, this guy's a thief. Well, maybe not a thief, actually. I don't know. I don't have logic. I don't understand the spin. I don't understand logic. All the things. Really? The break-in attempts? I thought I did that already. The break-in attempts were made in order to recover the notebook. Yeah, that's what I said. They had been lying in a pool of the victim's blood. This proves the guilt of the person who made these attempts. But there's more! Experiment required. We need to find out whether an unskilled and untrained man could use a harpoon well enough to kill by fully piercing a body. Pretty sure that's a big no.
Please let me go. I'm innocent.
Yeah. So innocent. She could search the archives and come back. I assume, anyway, that I can come back. Let's go home to Baker Street. You can do deductions while you're loading, too. That's funny. So does the... Ianek, you're very familiar with this game. Does the game progress even if you get things wrong, or do you have to eventually get things right? Like, what's the failure state? I'm gonna start with the same year.
That is not the one I need.
Oh. Dawson and Nelligan Investment Fund bankrupt. Nelligan missing. The Dawson and Nelligan Investment Fund, a regional banking institution based in Cornwall, has declared bankruptcy as a result of heavy losses in its loan portfolio, and has accordingly been assigned for liquidation. It was the 23rd largest bank in Britain, and its bankruptcy was the second largest on record. Liquidation of the company is a pure catastrophe for many Cornwall families. Joshua Nelligan, one of the bankers, has since mysteriously disappeared. He was last seen aboard his yacht, preparing for departure to Norway. Nelligan is wanted by both police and his creditors.
Here it is. Now I begin to understand that young man's story, but I am still unclear as to what connects him with the murder. It is time to ask him.
Yeah. Back to the yard. I guess I could play around with these. I hate when I get things wrong, but I'm also stupid, you know? But I guess it lets you do it. So there's no reason not to. Okay. You can still change it before making your final decision. Interesting. So the outcome is different based on what I deduce. The most logical deduction, so to speak. Whoops. Why am I so dumb? It's this way. I'm sorry. I should be paying attention. This kind of control really reminds me of Detroit. Hey. How you doing?
I have heard the story of Dawson and Nelligan, the West Country bankers.
Yes. Joshua Nelligan was my father.
I am aware that it had a bad ending. When the bank failed, it ruined half the families of Cornwall, whereupon Joshua Nelligan disappeared.
My father was under extraordinary pressure. Dawson had retired. I was only 10 years of age at the time, but it was still old enough to feel the shame that befell our family. My father was convinced that he could pay off all his debts if the creditors gave him time. He set sail for Hammerfest in Norway in his small yacht, just a few days before an arrest warrant was issued. He left my mother a list of the securities he was taking. No word was ever heard from him again. We believe that his vessel went down, taking with it everyone and everything on board.
Thank you for the story, Mr. Nelligan. At last, we are making some progress. Interesting. Joshua Nelligan and Peter Carey were both at sea in Norway. There is definitely some connection between Peter Carey and Joshua Nelligan's disappearance.
So, nothing new here. Watson will be glad to help with the preparations for a harpoon throwing experiment. So I'm gonna guess that the notebook actually belonged to his father. And those are the securities we mentioned. And the letters correspond to people's what's the word? Initials. And the numbers probably correspond to their respective securities. And people want those because there's probably a whole lot of fucking money involved, being that he was a banker. At least that's what I think so far. Oh, Watson! Watson! There you are.
A spot of whaling, Watson. Would you care to take part?
Are you serious?
No.
No. But we do need to clarify what happened on the night of Black Peter's murder.
A reenactment, then? Is something bothering you?
The sailor's knife, Watson. Why was it on the floor?
Peter Carey attempted to defend himself?
It is possible. But if that is the case, then it alters many things.
I don't quite follow you.
Tell me, my friend, what is the animal closest to man, morphologically, I mean?
Okay.
Ah, I see what you're getting at, Holmes. You asked me that once before. On the Ripper case, I believe. Do you want to slit some more pigs' throats?
No.
No.
Thank goodness for that.
I wish to impale one with a harpoon.
Wonderful.
Watson, let us pay a visit to our butcher friend in Whitechapel. We require the carcass of a well-fed pig.
And the harpoon?
One of the harpoons on the wall of Black Peter's cabin should do quite nicely.
Do we have to go grab it, or will he grab it? Can I go from here? I can. Wonderful. This is an interesting game. I think I might want to do a full playthrough of this one. I do wish it had a bit more music, though. You know, for, like, the intensity. Them intense moments, if you will. Not that we've really had many of those yet. But suppose we don't necessarily need it. Gonna...
That should do it. Now I am ready for the experiment.
There, hold on. It's Sweden!
Dundee.
Dude.
Hammerfest. It's a whaling map.
Indubitably.
1883. That's the one I need.
Yoink.
This is the crew list of the Sea Unicorn. Log notes for June. Nothing unusual. Log notes for July. Nothing special.
I'm never scared about game overs. I want to see all the game overs.
Log notes for August. These pages have been torn away.
Hmm.
Canadian Pacific Railway, CPR. A torn piece from a bond certificate. I have seen this abbreviation somewhere very recently.
Yes, you have.
3 ways of discovering what happened in August of 1883 aboard the Sea Unicorn. The first 2 of these will require speaking with a dead man. The last would be to locate vital witnesses, the sailors involved in this whale hunt campaign.
There's CPR. Hmm. So it's not people. It's probably companies. Perhaps companies that were invested in the bank? To get out of here. We got pigs to impale. How you doing?
Well, here we are in the preparation room. I can't say that I like the smell of it much. What do you intend to do?
I told you.
To indulge myself in a little experiment. The challenge of lancing a pig's carcass with a heavy harpoon.
A little experiment?
Stand aside, Watson. This might be dangerous. I am not well practiced in this exercise. Yet.
Holmes, you should aim for the mark in order to perform the most reliable test.
Okay. Oh, okay, I gotta tap it.
Holmes, you should try to aim better and throw as hard as you can.
I tried. Oops. Holmes, why do you stink so much at this? Oh, it gets easier every time, I see. So he really is getting better at it.
Has struck the body, but with insufficient...
Yeah, it gets easier every time. It went through. Emma Watson, you know? I'm sad that I didn't.
Do you see, Watson? Throwing a harpoon and pinning a man to a wall requires either exceptional strength and training or diabolical luck.
If it was luck, then it was a chance in 1,000 that night.
Well, yes. Let us leave now.
All right. But before we go, I suppose I'll have to pay for all these carcasses you've happily mangled.
Sure, you do that.
Very well, but please hurry.
Of course.
Yeah, fine, pay for my mess, but hurry up. Can I have my harpoon back? No. Come on, it's gotta be something I can steal from the butcher. Sorry, did I say steal? I mean, conveniently used in my investigation. Who's Wiggins? I don't actually know who Wiggins is. Some of the facts may be interpreted differently. You can always change the picture of a crime by choosing between mutually something. Well, there we go. Whatever. Ah. Okay, I see how this works. It requires a much greater strength than that of an average man to be able to pierce a man's chest with a harpoon all the way through to the wall. A degree of skill would most likely be necessary. Two men in cooperation might achieve the same result. I mean, I highly doubt it's this. There's a remote possibility, but it's very unlikely. However, you know who would be good at doing this? Someone who's been whaling before. Very interesting. Very interesting mechanic. I don't think this is where I wanted to go. Load faster!
Something new, Watson. I have the list of sailors who were aboard the Sea Unicorn. We shall soon learn what happened to Nelligan's father. I have only to find them. Let us hope they're still working at the harbor.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard...
I doubt it, Watson. And really, I would prefer that all of this remains quiet for now. But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
And who might they be?
The secret police division of Baker Street.
Ah, you mean young Wiggins and his gang?
Yes. Believe me, you'll receive more useful assistance from these little urchins than from a dozen yard detectives. Those children are everywhere. They see and hear everything, and they are cunning. All they lack is organization. I'll summon them.
How will you do that?
There is always a watch beneath our window. I have only to call him.
Okay. Puppy! Oh my god. You are adorable. You have bad taste, Sherlock. Or maybe you have good taste. Don't shame people here.
Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
Not what I would choose, but you know, each of their own.
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, I need you to track down certain people for me. I'll give you a list. You can read, can't you?
Big Oliver from our gang. He can, as his father is the coachman of a famous lawyer.
Fascinating. Here is the list of sailors.
Yeah, it's great.
Easy. Just gotta look where the rum and the red lights are.
He's not wrong.
Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Holmes, but the inspector asks that you come to the station as soon as possible.
Thank you. I'll be there shortly.
Thank you. First, we gotta say hello to Toby.
Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
And I guess Watson, too.
Good gracious, you caught someone. At least now you have a suspect.
Yeah, I guess. Still clues that just don't add up yet. I'm here.
I'm glad to see you.
As always, what happened?
We have a new suspect, Liam Hurtley. I'm thinking that this case will be resolved very quickly now.
Interesting. Pray tell.
Well, the constable that I left at Woodman's Lee noticed a suspicious individual prowling around during the night.
Do you have him here?
Yes. He refuses to speak with us, but we'll make him talk.
Let us hope so.
Oh yes, and one more thing. The constable told me that at the time of his arrest, the fellow was writing a letter.
Do you have it?
Of course. It's in the evidence room, at your disposal. Admit that for once, Mr. Holmes, Scotland Yard is a step ahead of you, eh?
Breathtaking.
I mean, to be fair, if you have someone like Holmes and you're trying to one-up him all the time, it probably means your overall efficiency is going to go up, right?
These are the suspect's belongings.
Some boots, eh?
Liam Hurtley's old boots. They're a size 9.5. The stains are fresh. They can be removed with the proper chemicals. A pen. Nothing unusual about it.
But I want it.
These are the suspect's belongings. I wonder if these are connected.
That's what I wanted to do earlier.
Now we have the proof that Nelligan's papers were indeed here. It seems that they have vanished, however.
Missing papers. Missing tin box. Indeed. John Nelligan could have been caught stealing the bond certificates. This might have been a motive for him to murder Peter Carey. It is possible. He's taking the evidence with him, classic Holmes. Yeah, it's mine now. You never know when I might need it. Hold on a second here. Before we talk to him, I want to take his boots over to, I don't have to walk to the door. Sorry, it's just a habit. When I compare the sizes, I think the boots of, the murdered, Peter, were like size 9 or something? Size 8.5? I don't know. 8.5. They were too small. Now we have boots that are 9.5, so let's see if they fit better. What do you know?
These boots match the footprints exactly.
Liam Hurtley's boots matched the footprints of Woodman's Lee, thus proving he was there. Judith Carey denies he was their gardener. Why was he here? Other than, you know, killing the dude. Hey, lady. I'd like to talk to you about some...
Who could do such a thing?
Never mind.
My poor...
I'm going home. The more I play this, the more I kind of understand how things work. Oh, we can do an analysis on the, I thought it was joking. Well then, what the hell are we doing at the Scotland Yard? Let's get the hell out of here. But Mr. Holmes, we just arrived at Scotland Yard. Nope, take me home. I'm homesick. Where do we perform this analysis? In my room? Do I got like random chemicals laying around? No? Damn. There we go.
I need to prepare a chemical agent that is capable of removing fresh ink. For this purpose, the chemicals from the flasks should be combined in a certain order to perform a chain reaction.
Okay.
First condition, all 7 reagents should be used.
Yep.
Second condition, orange reagent should be the 3rd one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
You say the 3rd, but isn't that the 4th? Like blue, something, something, orange, orange. Then the clear. Right? Or am I just being stupid? One, two, three, four, five, 6. This shows 6, but you know, whatever. It's fine.
First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the 3rd one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
I mean, like, I understand it, but he says the 3rd one should be orange, but in the picture here it's the 4th one. Am I being dumb?
Should be the 3rd one in the sequence.
Oh, after the blue. Yes, yes, okay. Yep. I just got it too. The question is, do I add more blue? Do I add green first? I guess it doesn't really matter. Just drink the damn juice.
No, something isn't right.
Oop.
I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
I'm glad I have all these chemicals around. Okay, I think I get it. I think I know what I did wrong. Don't worry, Yannick, I got this. I wasn't taking the instructions literally enough. Because I thought, you know, we'll add both of the orange ones and then the colorless, but no, you do one orange, then one colorless, then one orange again. That's my guess. It's like very literal. There we are. I get a B. They created piss water. Oh, never mind.
Now I can proceed further. Let us see if the content of this.
Ah, thank you. Thank you, Gryffindor. Swab, swab, swab. No. Swab, swab, swab. I'm a swabbing you with my controller.
I did as you asked and hid them well. Interesting. How would Hurtley react to this?
I did as you asked and hid them well, but I beg you to reconsider. Yes. And remember our vows. I have done nothing to dishonorable for which you... me. Interesting. I don't think I have anything to connect it to, but interesting thing to have. Let's go question the dude. Dude. The plot thickens. The game is afoot, etc., etc. Hey, how's it going? Damn it. Hey, how's it going?
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I would like to ask you a few questions.
I've already told the police that I've nothing to say. And you're not even part of the police.
Precisely. And considering your situation, it might be wise to speak with someone who is, shall we say, rather more neutral. You are a suspect in a murder case.
I know. Inspector Lestrade told me. It's ridiculous.
Could you at least tell me who you are, and exactly what happened that you should be brought here?
My name is Liam Hurtley. That I can tell you. But you're not getting any more than that.
Well...
Obviously guilty, yeah. Let's see. Look at this man. Nice ear. Nice beard. Nice nose. Nice scar. On the throat, no less. It's kind of impressive. I've seen that crest before. Yes, plant remains on your leggings. How odd. Seen that tit? Yes.
Tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what were you doing at Woodman's Lee?
Woodman's Lee? I've never been there.
Liar.
The second pair of boots that you had with you when you were arrested perfectly match the footprints found near the cabin where Peter Carey was murdered.
Footprints? That's your proof? How many men have boots like mine? That doesn't make me a murderer.
It's not just the boots, my man.
Now that your presence at Woodman's Lee has been proven, would you care to explain it?
I don't remember. What would I be doing there anyway?
Because you are the gardener at Woodman's Lee.
I'm not. How did you...
I observed your hands. They told me that you work with the earth. Small fragments of plants snagged to your trousers indicate that you were mowing very recently. But the most obvious clue presented itself in the bird embroidered on your handkerchief. A crested tit, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, you got me. Yes, I am a gardener, and I went there to get my tools.
Your tools, huh?
So tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what did you hide?
Hide? What are you talking about?
I did as you asked and hid them well. Should I continue?
My letter? But the ink? That's impossible.
A touch of chemistry, nothing special.
Well, you're a smart one. But it's nothing. If you want to know, I was referring to my tools. It was to do with my work, see?
Yeah.
I will check that, Mr. Hurtley.
I've hid my tools well.
That's all for now. Hurtley's stories are false leads. But now I know one thing for certain. I must examine the site where the garden tools are kept at Woodman's Lee.
Well, we're getting closer. Nothing interesting here. Oops. Excuse me, just out for a little jog. Where are the tools anyway? Why is there creepy music playing? Obviously not in here. Where left me tools? I mean, I saw some on the table here.
Madam, we have information that the valuable stolen papers are hidden amongst the garden tools here at Woodman's Lee. We need to find them.
Oh my. Our tools are kept inside the shed that's right behind me. Here is the key to open it.
You fool.
Does the name Liam Hurtley mean anything to you?
No, I don't know anyone by that name.
Liar.
Thank you, madam.
You're not telling me Liam and she worked together to impale him to the wall, right?
Let's see what could be hidden here.
Didn't hit it that well. Papers, supposedly.
What is in this box?
Eh? Eh? Nani? Oh, okay. Okay. I see. Not a very good lock.
A bundle of letters in a woman's hand with the Carey family monogram. They and Mrs. Carey were in a relationship. That is interesting.
I think I see what's happening now. Liam, my dear, you have been so good to me all the time that I've known you. I cannot describe these feelings, yes you can, but I suppose that they are sinful and no good can come from them. I fear what might happen. I fear going against God. I thank you for your care, but I cannot leave the man with whom I have been bound by God. If only he would die. I mean, it is his divine will, and thus my husband is the cross that I must bear. It makes my life a living hell, but bruises fade, and you must not worry for me. But if you kill him, then it'll be fine. This lockpicking minigame was in many Sherlock Holmes games. This is a refined version of it, and I beat it in like half a second. Okay. Well, not really half a second, that's a lie. But it wasn't hard. Is there anything else in here, I wonder? Probably not. I mean, I'm pretty sure I understand what happened now. Maybe I should ask her. By the way, were you in a relationship with this man that you claimed you don't know?
Madam, I am aware of your affinity with Liam Hurtley.
Oh, what are you talking
An outline in the dust.
Mrs. Carey, we found your letters.
We?
My letters? I asked Liam to return them to me. I wanted to burn them.
Why did Mr. Hurtley put them inside the garden shed?
I don't know. I wanted them back, but I couldn't see him, not after what happened.
Well, Here they are.
Go ahead and burn them.
This is terrible. Terrible. Liam, how could he? After what he has done.
You believe that he killed your husband?
No, I do not know. I do not know. Leave me alone, please.
I don't think...
Thank you, madam. I wonder if Wiggins has managed to find any sailors.
It wasn't her. Like, yeah, but she didn't want... She was loyal to her terrible husband. So probably Liam got some help from another whaler, another sailor. It's been confirmed that Liam Hurtley was flirting with Peter Carey's wife and even fell in love, but it didn't go beyond the affectionate but harmless letters and words. Exactly. Hurtley's precedent with Miss Lee on the night of the murder is explained by his affection. Yes. Maybe he got some help from a whale. Now you're thinking. An MMO whale. He paid for all the microtransactions. Those bastards. But yeah, I have a pretty good idea of what happened here now. I'm sure you guys do too. Especially you, Ionic, because you've seen this before.
Mr. Holmes, we found the sailors from that list you gave us.
Good job.
Well done, Wiggins. Let me see.
Here, have my revolver as a thanks. Oh. Oh, interesting. Well, it's not this guy.
This man is a harpooner, and his initials are PC, the same initials that were found on the tobacco pouch.
Yeah.
Wiggins, could you gather some information on one of the sailors that you found? His name is Patrick Cairns.
That's okay.
Found Patrick Cairns?
Good job.
Good job, Wiggins. Where is he?
Dead.
He lives in a small furnished dump of a room, but he's always at the Sea Witch pub, where he does arm wrestles for money and drinks.
Excellent. Here is your reward. 2 guineas.
Thank you, sir.
It's all coming together. And he was a harpooner, so he is very skilled and probably very strong.
Without alarming him, I had better dress as a sailor.
Oh my god, I can do it now! Yes! I know exactly how sailors look. Don't you worry. Can I? Come on. Alright. First, we need an apropos. Well, we'll keep our current hat, it's fine. Can I not look like a sailor? Man, I want some big beard. Alright. Aha! I definitely.
Approach Cairns and see if he recognizes the pouch.
I mean, come on, look. I'm definitely a sailor. No worries. Hang on. Yeah, gotta get my water. Oh god, it's stale. God. Looks so ridiculous. Oh, jeez. Okay. Let's go to the Sea Witch pub. Yes, I look just like a sailor. Yeah, I should get some fresh water. You know, why not? We'll take a short break. I'll go get some water, and we'll be right back. Oh, and I think we'll be doing a bit of a longer stream tonight than 3 hours, because it is Saturday after all. Hooray! Be right back. Are you saying I'm fat? Because I totally had a salad just the other day. Salad is like one of my favorite dishes. I made a spicy tuna salad, and I don't mean like an American tuna salad where it's like tuna and mayonnaise. It was a proper salad. My favorite though is kebab. Kebab salad. Oh, kebab salad. With homemade bread too. Mmm. Dude, like, there's a thing with me. When it comes to bread and salad, it's like my favorite combination ever. Like, I don't even care. Like, I just need some nice fresh bread, a nice, like, regular salad, you know, like cucumber, lettuce, onion, that sort of thing. I don't even really need a dressing. Just give me that together, and I will eat it, and I will be super happy. I love bread and salad. It's like the best thing. My problem is that everything's so fucking expensive now. So as much as I like to buy fresh things, sometimes that's not an option. Since I couldn't get a doctor's appointment for, you know, get a prescription for my orthopedic shoes, I'll probably have to fork out like $600, 600 euros for my shoes. And that kind of sets me back a lot. We all have our problems. Whoa, what happened to my voice? I felt like that went really loud. But we all have our problems. I hate money, you know? I hate money. But I have water. Fresh water. Sorry, non-possibles. Anywho, now that we're perfectly disguised as a sailor... That's what I mean. Worrying about money sucks. Really boned ourselves when we created civilization, didn't we? I don't buy that these people are sailors. You know? Especially this guy, this young man. Oh, he's actually not that young. Never mind. Hmm? Hey, Patrick. Someone told him to hydrate.
Hello there. Are you Cairns?
What do you want?
Well, you've heard all about the gambling on arm wrestling here. You seem like the likely sort, and I'm up for it.
I start at 10.
I'm sure he'll buy your accent with that stupid hat of yours. I almost went Scottish there for a second. Follow Patrick Cairns' facial expressions to understand his moves. Push, restrain, idle. Okay. How do I know? Okay, I get it. It's kind of weird, this minigame. I do get it, though. Get some stamina back. Hand-holding the video game. Gotcha, boy.
were lucky. I wasn't focused. Let's go again.
What about my money?
I'm ready to try again. Fine. If you want me to take all your money.
Yeah, take my money. I also don't have to look at his facial expressions. I can just feel with my controller what he's doing. It's really hard to tell when he's not restraining, though. His music. Just give up, dude. Twice in a row, loser.
Well, good for you, I reckon. You're stronger than you look.
I should probably take in the attempt to actually profile him when I had the chance.
Good winner as well. That's good. Let's have a drink. You're a good type. Seems you've managed to settle down in life. You've got money, eh?
How do you know? From my hat?
Not all that much. Oh, well. At least you're not as poor as me.
I want to profile you. Alright. Nice earring, bro. Golden earring. It's not brass or anything. Cheap clothes, yeah. Very strong hands. Mmm. Yellow nails. Grouse.
Why do you say poor? You're not working?
I'm a harpooner. But you see, the whalers are rare. They don't pay much. So, as a result, find myself arm wrestling to pay for my drink.
A harpooner. Interesting. You've had a lot of adventures, I bet.
Of course. It's been a dozen years since I sailed. I've seen everything. Gold Wallace, damn Black Peter, Great Roger. We sailed to the Cape of Good Hope.
Sailors are adventurers.
Black Peter, you say? I've heard rumors about that one.
He was the worst of them all. He was a liar and violent too. Swinging those fists of his around. He was a tyrant and not much of a captain. At least, not as good as Great Roger.
I see. Yes. I was told terrible tales about Black Peter.
But you ain't heard the worst.
Tell me, and let's have another drink.
It was in 1883 that it happened. The August of that year.
The page was ripped out.
Peter Carey was captain of the Sea Unicorn, and I was a spare harpooner. We were coming out of the ice pack on our way home. One evening, we saw a little craft that had been blown north. There was only one man on her, and he wasn't a sailor. The crew must have thought that she had foundered, and they made for the Norwegian coast in the dinghy. I guess they all drowned. We took the man on board.
That was probably the banker from the yacht.
Who was he? I don't know. During the crossing, he and the skipper enjoyed some long talks. His baggage was just a tin box.
That's strange enough.
Aye. Even stranger was that on the second night, he disappeared. Nobody knew what happened to him. And of course, nobody could ask Black Peter about it.
You know, don't you?
You know what happened, don't you?
I do. I saw the skipper tie his heels and push him over the rail in the middle of my watch on that dark night. 2 days before we sighted the Shetland lights.
Black Peter's a murderer.
Aye. Those that know him wouldn't be surprised to hear it. But all this must stay between us. All right?
Oh, I'm sure it will.
Of course. Back in a second. I'm off to the Kazi.
I'll be here with my drink.
All things are starting to make sense. Physically weak, yeah. There's nothing points to him being the killer, like not even a damn thing. Oh, I'm actually not going to the toilet then. Okay. Damn it. I used the jacket. Jacket. There.
Here it is.
Don't say that next to him. Right. I'm back from the toilet.
Have you got any tobacco? I've run out of mine.
Nah, I lost my pouch. I don't know where. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, is this your tobacco pouch?
Well, oh, it is.
Well, I have to go now. I know a captain who's planning an expedition to Cape Cod. Captain Ahab's his name. He commanded the Pequod. He might need good harpooners. I'll tell him about you.
Maybe, if you like,
I'm done here. It's time to leave.
Goodbye, sir. Yep, Ahab. Let's keep dressed like this. I like it. Well, it doesn't prove he's guilty. It just makes it much more likely. He does have the right muscle for it. He's also a harpooner. And since he saw Pete kill another man, he might not have cared much for him. I'll say it proves his guilt for now. What? The father, I assume. It does prove visit, though, for sure. We'll leave it like that for now, until I have possibly... What the... No, my sailor outfit! And my hat! Dang it. Sadness. Add that. I'm sad.
I'm not saying another word.
Fine. Just walk back out. I don't care. Oh shit, my phone's not on. My phone isn't on silent. Oh. Silence, phone. Sorry about that. Nelligan was looking for his father's papers. No. Nope. The break-in attempt was in order to recover the notebook that had been lying in the pool of the victim's blood. Doesn't prove he's guilty, but... Liam Hartley loved Judith Carey so desperately. Is that how you spell desperately? It looks like... well, I suppose it's right. That his jealousy could have provoked him into committing murder. It's possible. Because definitely, like, she definitely wouldn't do it. Why are these blue and some are red? There's no way Nelligan killed him. Why are they red? I don't know what that means. Yeah, because she wrote to him that she was in a living hell. He's the opposed the other conclusion. Okay. Oh, I get it. I get it. So it shows like it's a dead end. This does not provide any further drawing of conclusions. Is that's what that means, right? I get it. I get it. Hooray. Yeah, I get it. But there's no way it actually does... There's no way that's true, you know? I would be shocked if it turns out Nelligan is the murderer. There's no way. Right? It's such a weird thing to me, because I think it was there to retrieve the notebook, but they also say, like, this proves the guilt of the person who made these attempts. Like, nah. Odd way to phrase it, I guess. unexplained presence and harmless flirting would not lead to his motive to kill her. Him, sorry. That much is true. Why can't there be two murderers, you know? You don't actually have any proof of desperate jealousy, though. Yeah, okay, I see how this is set up now. I don't think it's Hurtley. You know? He's a gardener. There's no way he would just get lucky enough to harpoon that guy to the wall. But we have a very strong sailor who happens to be a harpooner, who happened to leave his tobacco pouch in there, who happened to know about the stolen papers, the tin box rather. Okay, so if we switch these around, like, oh, it's a lucky throw, you know? It was super lucky, that throw. Also, it was definitely not harmless flirting, it was desperate jealousy. Means they had a motive to kill him. Yeah, you get the other one. I mean, this just seems to make more sense to me. This definitely seems to make more sense to me. Let's go with this one. Can I, like, load back and try the other conclusion? Or do I have to, like, start over? In that case, I'm gonna go with what I think is correct. Oops, I did it wrong. That's true, we don't know about the knife still. Hold on a second. I'm gonna see what the other one says. Ah, it doesn't seem right. Yeah, Carnes does not give off the cold-blooded murderer vibe, you know? He's down on his luck. He's not violent. He's a pretty jolly fellow. Technically, even though he's poor. I think it is that he killed him. But it was not premeditated. Why was he there, though? I mean, I know why he was there. He does have that scar on his neck, doesn't he? Or was that the other guy? Well, he couldn't have a scar already. That happened like a couple of days ago. Eh, we'll go with Absolve Cairns. I think he's a pretty good dude. It was looking a bit fresh, yeah. But I still think this is a pretty good dude. Yeah. I miss my hat.
Good afternoon. I must be at the wrong address. I'd like to speak with a ship's captain, a Captain Ahab. Is that you?
No, my name is Sherlock Holmes.
That detective fella? So, you wanted to see me?
That is correct. We need to talk.
About what?
About Black Peter, who was killed in his own hut with a harpoon.
You know, don't you?
Yeah.
Yes.
How?
The tobacco pouch. You recognized it.
Oh, the sailor. It was you. Unbelievable. Well, fine. I confess. But if you really do know everything, you should also know that I didn't want to kill him. He made me do it.
I know. Did you know about this story with the bond certificates? Did you need money?
Yeah. I just wanted him to cough up a little silver. I'm out of work, and I thought maybe he could help me. Well, he refused outright, and he insulted me. I reminded him I knew all about that murder.
This makes the most sense.
In 1883. Then he got mad when I spoke about his treasure. I barely just had time to throw the harpoon at him before he could jump at me with his knife. You know the truth. What will you do now?
I ask that you return the bond certificates. Keep some of them. You will need them in your exile. It is better that you leave the country for a few years.
And you won't say anything to the police?
I will not say anything as long as you return the money.
Well, I'll do as you ask. But what about Inspector Lestrade?
I will deal with him. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Sometime later.
It's good that you asked me to come, Mr. Holmes. We do need to talk.
About what?
We can do that. We'll also increase the volume slightly in general, I think. I don't want to use the master volume though. I prefer using the Windows mixer. There we go. Let's see how this works.
What do you mean? Our case, Mr. Holmes. You sent me a message via your little thug.
His name is Wiggins, Inspector.
Telling me that the case is solved. Well, Mr. Holmes, tell me, who is our murderer and where is he?
The morgue.
Eh?
His name is, or rather was, Pablo Coventral. He was also on the ship with Peter Carey, and he was a harpooner.
PC.
I'll tell you everything, Inspector, but do calm down. Mrs. Hudson will bring us tea and orange cake.
Orange cake?
A little bit more.
You're spoiling me, Mr. Holmes.
There we go.
That's my favourite.
I love orange cake too.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. Inspector Lestrade told me that I should thank you for clearing my name. He also said that you were waiting for me here. I came as fast as I could. I cannot thank you enough. It is all because of you that this nightmare is finally over.
I believe that this belongs to you.
My father's securities. Incredible. But how did you get them?
It would take far too long to explain.
Tell me. This is extraordinary. You are a genius.
Then
I've been
that
called
may
worse.
serve as an explanation. Goodbye, Mr. Nelligan, and good luck.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes. And thank you. 1,000 times thank you.
Peter Carey was murdered by Patrick Cairns, a professional harpooner, the only one capable of executing such an accurate throw. His tobacco pouch was found inside Carey's cabin, but the murder was in self-defense against an armed and furious drunken sailor. You have decided to absolve Patrick Cairns. You found 16 clues. Hold to check your conclusion. How would that spoil my game experience? I do like that they let you change it, though. What do you mean hold to check your conclusion? Oh, okay, I see. So, yeah, we got the correct answer, and we got all the clues. Nice. We're the best. Let's choose the bad ending. Yeah, sure. This will be painful. This will be very painful. Because we're not just gonna do it wrong, we're gonna do it very wrong. We already got the right ending, it's fine. Condemned! You monster!
The case is solved. I am now ready to present the guilty party.
This is so terrible.
So tell me, who killed Black Peter?
It was Liam Hurtley.
That doesn't surprise me. I've never seen a guiltier looking fellow.
He was in love with Judith Carey. It caused a conflict that proved fatal for her husband.
I see. Come on now, let us confront him.
Yeah, let's fuck him up. With logic. That is incorrect.
Liam Hurtley, you are formally accused of the murder of Peter Carey. We are aware that you were in love with Carey's wife. He was a violent and irascible man. He needed to be eliminated. You had no qualms.
But that's absurd. I'm innocent.
Liar!
Well, we caught you, lad.
And that's it. Lol.
The case is resolved, Inspector. I shall return to Baker Street.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. Goodbye for now.
I'm the worst. Liam Hurtley murdered Peter Carey and remained silent to hide his crime. Thanks to your deductive reasoning, his relationship with Judith Carey was revealed, and also his presence at Woodman's Lee. You have decided to bring him to justice. I like how the game is really like taunting you. Like, thanks to your deductive reasoning. Like, you idiot. That is wonderful. That is wonderful. Let's go back to the correct ending. We'll skip through it, and we'll accept it. I don't care to condemn him. We'll just absolve him. How do you like the game so far? It's pretty good. It's a bit janky, but you know, I can handle jank. I do like it. It's a game I can see myself playing through to the end on a stream.
Good afternoon. I must be at the wrong address.
No. Yes.
How?
I ask that you return the bond certificates. Keep some of
I...
them. You will need them in
Yes.
your exile.
No.
It is
How?
better that you leave the country for a few years.
And you won't...
Sometime later.
It's good that you asked me to come, Mr. Holmes.
Gross.
We do need to talk.
About what?
Aha. Goodbye, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, goodbye, Mr. Holmes. I accept this. You're about to finish the case. The save files for this case will be removed. Huh? Oh, okay, I see. I'm sympathizing. Oh. Wow. Some people just said, condemn this fucking murderer. Apparently they don't know how the justice system works. I mean, he would definitely have had to deal with the law, but like, come on. I like that 18 people got it wrong, though. That's hilarious. I feel bad for them. Guilty!
This trip to the countryside will be good for you, Holmes.
Hmm.
As your friend and your doctor.
Now, I think we should break this game here. I do want to keep going with the stream for a little while, but I also want to try something different. Though I do think this is a pretty good contender for a full playthrough. However, like I said, there's one other game I want to give a shot, so let's do that. It's gonna be hell for me to actually like cut this up for YouTube. How do I close this game? We'll give it the good old two-finger salute. Alt F4. Off with his head. Okay, Queen of Hearts. Calm down over there. Let's see. Actually have horror games on Epic Games Store? Yeah, I got BioShock Remastered. And Infinite, apparently. And Blair Witch. And Layers of Fear, too. I have a lot of horror games on here. Good to remember. That's not what I was looking for. What do you mean I don't have any horror RPGs? What do you mean? Also, I can't seem to find one of the games I want to show you at some point. I don't know why. I'm fairly certain it's an RPG. Maybe it's considered action. Ah, it is Godfall. Yeah. What do you know? But anyways, it's not Godfall that I want to show you. I'm just going to prepare that for another day. I want to know how big it is. Downloads. 23 gigs. No worries. While that's doing its thing, I want to show you guys a game called I Am Alive. Again, I'm going to mute the audio because I don't want your guys' eardrums to explode and rupture and bleed all over my stream. That would be bad. So I Am Alive is basically an adventure game with a few kind of action moments. It can be very intense. It's made by, I mentioned this before, but it's made by Ubisoft, but not like one of the main studios. So it's not a AAA game. But it's definitely not bad. Not that I remember. I don't remember it being bad. I remember the color being a bit washed out. I've actually taken off my earphones because I don't know how loud this will be. System validation in progress. Please wait. System validation? What? System validation? Your system is invalid. No, I'm just joking. Operating system not supported. I guess that's how old this game is. Would you like to continue anyway? Yes. your Windows 10. That's so new. Our game can't handle that. Are you crazy? Alright, I'm gonna have to go in for the settings here. So give me just a moment. Help and options is the same thing. That's interesting. Because sometimes I need help and options. I need both. Oh, jeez. Full screen off. And that changed the resolution again. Sure, why not? And anti-aliasing. Gonna put everything to monitor aspect ratio 4:3. What? No. Visual quality high. High filtering. Sure, vertical sync. Why not? Okay, and let's turn down the game. I think it's loud. I didn't hear anything. Do you think you didn't hear anything, Useless, because you took your earphones off? No. That's not why. Okay, maybe. Okay, we'll add this to Borderless Gaming. I don't know which one of these it is. Maybe this one? That didn't do anything. There we go. That's better. Okay. We'll boot up the Twitch chat overlay. So I can see chat. Open up OBS. Game screen. Switch it over. Like so. Hey, there we go. We did it, lads. Oh, damn it. It only has Y-axis for inverts. Okay, fine. We'll use the keyboard and mouse. Dang it. Alright. We are playing help and options. Yes. Correct. I like to increase the voice volume when I play games. Because I like to hear the voices. Do we have subtitles? There we go. Huh. I'll play this on the hardest mode, and it is hard. We'll do it on normal. In normal mode, you will get more resources and retries, but you can't unlock certain achievements and score bonuses. That's right, I think this game has a permanent failure state. Like, you can lose the game, period, and have to restart from the start. I have never done that, and I have beaten this game. So it shouldn't be too bad. In Survivor, you may encounter serious lack of resources and retries. You can switch difficulty at any time. We'll do normal. You can't unlock certain achievements and score bonuses. Oh no. My Chivos. The colors in this game are very washed out. That's just how it is. Yes, Ubisoft Shanghai made this. As you can tell, it's pretty old. This is too quiet. Windows Mixer, save us. There we go. Let's try that. This backpack is standing straight up. I know it's very quiet. But is it still muted? It's still muted. I'm sorry.
With any luck, I'll be back at our apartment in another couple of hours. Saw a lot of damage on the way here.
I'm a professional.
This looks different. There's more dust than anywhere I've seen. I wonder what it looks like inside the city. I know it's crazy, but I just have this feeling that I'll find you. Julie, without you and Mary, none of this makes any sense. Almost home. See you soon.
It's still kind of quiet, though, isn't it?
I wonder if our apartment is still there.
What? Hello, mouse sensitivity. Let's turn you down a little bit. This is as good as we're gonna get. You have a gun with no ammo. Ammo in this, like, if you have max bullets, you have like 4. So, it's one of those games.
Abington traffic.
Left mouse to run.
Oh, no, I missed it.
How about that? I should explore, though. There might be items. The thing about running is you use your energy. And the more energy you use, the less maximum you will have. You know what I mean? Like, your maximum goes down the more you exert yourself. Which forces you to eat, or drink, or rest. Pretty sure you have to eat or drink to get a maximum. Wait, I just remembered this game. No, you didn't. Only I have ever played this. It was that long, eh? Yep, this game is quite old. I got it when it was new. Good thing we're pro at parkour. So climbing, as you can tell, also exerts you. But climbing is also a big thing. You burn too much stamina, you will fall. Falling hurts a lot. And as you get closer and closer to having no stamina, the music changes. Don't really want to rush this. There we go. All good. He does not stop on a dime, this man. Space, right.
Looks like I'll have to climb over those arch supports.
That's a long way up. All right. Jumping, yeah, burns a lot of stamina. It's okay though, I can get some back here. There are items to help you rest when you're climbing, but they're pretty rare. I do think it's a cool mechanic, though, to have like a limited climbing system like this. I know, game. No need to tell me twice. I need to make a jump here. You have no more stamina. Then you can do extreme effort. But yeah, that's how you burn more of your max stamina. There we go. Oh, the red might actually be in my health bar. Never mind, we had full stamina. E. It wants me to recover. We have a food can. And we have water. Kinda want to hold on to it for the moment. And we have 3 retries, 3 cameras.
Well, it's still standing. Though Abington has seen better days.
Not extra effort, extreme effort. Like getting out of bed in the morning. That's extreme effort. Yay! This is not burning my hands at all! See, I'm fine. Where do I go from here? Are we taking the stupid path? No. Oh, this is an item. Painkillers. Ian! Ianic! I got painkillers, buddy! Again. Where are you expecting me to go, game? Okay. Fine. Now, this game is an all exploration. We do have a finger quote combat. And combat is really deadly in this game, because we are not a fighter at all. We gotta cheese our way to victory. I got pretty good at the finger quote combat that this game has. Basically, yeah, other finger quote survivors. Everyone's hostile here. I don't want to slide down. Whee! Okay. I got camera access back.
probably get back up to the streets if I go through the sewer.
Probably. Always gotta keep a lookout for items. We like items, yes we do. Here's the apartment.
Hey, you! Stop that running!
I don't want any trouble. I'm already gone.
So this guy is not actually hostile.
That's it. Just keep right on walking.
He's just very protective of his stuff. And yeah, okay. If people actually have guns like he did, they always have bullets. Infinite bullets, in fact. Don't fuck with them. Kind of want to see if there's anything here first.
There's a lot of dust down there. Pretty thick.
That's not film grain. That's dust. Stop being angry! God, it's like living in my old apartment. The neighbor just being annoyed at all times. So yeah, something happened and the world is covered in dust. Probably nuclear fallout or something. Such nice people. Can't steal his stuff, we don't have any bullets. Gee, I hope I don't encounter an angry person whom I might have to fight. You picked up a retry. A retry allows you to restart from the last checkpoint. If you die and have no more retries... Oh, okay. That's actually not that bad. The last save point compared to your last checkpoint? I don't mind. That never happened to me, though, as far as I remember. I used a couple of retries. That was it. There's actually an interesting, Easter egg in this that I got on my first playthrough. Where there's, like, some hidden cloaked kind of guy, and he wants food. A specific kind of food. If you give him enough, you get a shotgun. You will never get ammo for the shotgun if I remember right, but it's awesome. You get like a full clip and that's it. It's super handy. Ah, a big conspicuous pit. I'm sure it's fine. No worries.
I could force open this gate with something.
Damn, if only I had something.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Hey.
What are you doing here, boy?
Got it.
Hold up.
Step back.
Stepping back.
You keep going back,
Please,
nobody.
Back off. Please. Oh, okay.
Thanks for the machete, buddy.
Better keep this with me.
It's funny because you can attack with this, but it's fucking useless. Like, fighting an enemy with a machete is a big no-no. Don't do that. Machete beats chains. Because that's how machetes work.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
You're facing several enemies. Don't equip your gun. Let them approach and a surprise attack with E. This is like the only use of it. You look for the guy who's the most dangerous. This guy has a gun, so he's the most dangerous. Then you kill him with the machete, so you get his bullets.
Hey, no more messing around.
If you get close to him...
I'm at your mercy.
Oh, he gave up. That's unusual.
Whoa, crap!
Take it easy, man.
He doesn't think I have any bullets.
Okay? No,
Point
please.
that somewhere else, will you?
Hey, back off.
Take it easy, man.
Let's talk this way.
Whatever you
okay?
say. Point that somewhere else.
Stepping
will ya?
back. Back
Not be
off.
so
No,
hasty,
please.
Okay? All right.
Okay.
Okay. I'm as far as I can go.
That's not what I meant to do. Stop it.
Step back.
Point that
problem.
somewhere else, will you?
No.
You know what? I think you're too scared to shoot that gun.
I think you're wrong.
Now
No,
you're mine.
please. Please, I'm trapped. No. I'm not worth. Ah!
Unfortunately, I had to waste my bullet, but yeah, if you take too long, they will call your bluff. Well, I mean, it wasn't a bluff, I did have a bullet, but then you're pretty much forced to use it. Eventually, you'll encounter people who have leaders as well, so you have to shoot the leader, and everyone else gets really demoralized. With the leader, though, they won't give a shit about you. See any items around? Let's see. Yeah, this is backwards, so this probably leads to items. Loot. Fat loot? Nope. Sad face. I always thought this was an interesting game, though. You know? Really, the music plays even when I'm just running? There's an item there, though. Alright. You have no stamina while running. Panic music. Come on. These gates are really there to prevent you from, they're really just there to prevent you from trying to open them when there's enemies around. You don't have time. Nice. First aid kit with a 1. Almost home. I saw that flag in the distance, and my immediate reaction was, holy shit, it's a bat from Elden Ring. I don't know. I was like, I'm gonna jump attack it. I'm playing too much Elden Ring, clearly. I want loot, loot, loot. I want loot, loot, loot. There it is. Soda is mine. Super sprint. It's dumb.
Who are you?
Hi.
He's my son. They stabbed him. He's gonna bleed to death if we can't find something to treat this wound.
Here, take this.
Thanks so much. How did you get this?
You probably don't want to know. You saved a victim. Helping victims are rewarded by an additional retry. This also increases your final score.
It's just over there.
So you haven't been in Haventon since the event. You know, shortly after it happened, the first thing that we had to deal with were the earthquakes. They kept happening day after day. Most people ended up at makeshift emergency centers like the Haventon Stadium. And we were protected from collapsing buildings, but there was so much dust in the air, so we had to find another solution. And it's been a year now, but we still have aftershocks from time to time. Seems they're here to stay. All we can do is deal with it.
Put some shades on and deal with it.
Thank you. God bless you, and be careful out there. Those armed folks may still be around.
They probably are. So what do you guys think of this game? Other than it's great.
Don't mess around, son.
Sorry.
That's it. Keep right on walking. Don't you come back.
Man, everyone's an asshole.
Don't make me nervous. Don't you come back.
Shut up! God. Let's see. Okay. Let's go this way. It is very bright. I can probably turn it down a bit. %. I don't think that helped. You know? I could do it manually. Right? Isn't that something I can do? I'll add a color thing. Color correction. But we're just gonna do the gamma. Maybe not the gamma, maybe the brightness is... Whoa, whoa, relax. Okay. Let's see what that looks like for you guys. I can't tell in OBS because I can't check OBS without the thing pausing on me. So let me know how this looks. If that's more agreeable. Should I keep it this way? Let me know if it's too dark. It's almost pure white for me, but as long as you guys can see, I'm happy. Nice. Oh, it's right here. Guess I'll take a peek.
Well, the apartment's still standing. That's a good sign. Wasn't sure I'd ever see this place again.
Yeah, well, too bad. I'm leaving. Yeah, okay, fine.
Home sweet home. Mary? Julie? Are you there? There's no one here.
How is it indoors?
Closest to home cooking I'm gonna get.
Hmm.
I remember that day. What's this?
We have to go now because of the earthquakes. The evacuation team is waiting for us. We'll be taken to one of the emergency shelters. It's very hard to get precise information about the evacuation plan. I have no idea where we'll be in the next hour. If only you were here, I would tell you that I forgive you. For everything. For now, all we can do is pray that you're alive. And if you are, I know you'll come back here. We'll try to stay in Haventon, but we'll go wherever's safest. With Mary, I can't take any risks. We love you. Not a moment goes by that we're not thinking about you. Try to find us. We'll be waiting for you. Julie and Mary, May 23rd.
May 23rd. That's almost a year ago.
We can make it, like, not super bad. Like, this is probably super dark for you guys. Yeah, this looks super fucking dark. We can kind of balance it out a little bit. You know, we'll lower it a little bit overall without going too nuts. This is brighter than it should be. I'm just evening it out. This was set to pretty high value. We're gonna go about half of what it was. Try it like this. That should be a nice compromise.
Julie. I'm so sorry that you've had to go through all this without me. Earthquakes, dust storms. Then what came next? The food shortages, hunger, thirst. Where could you be now? This year was so long already. While I walked back, I was thinking I was just hoping to find you standing here. How could I? Oh, shit!
Wouldn't it have been kind of crude if it died right there? But anyways, it should be a nice compromise. It should still be, like, not blindingly bright like it is for me. But indoors should be not, like, too dark. All I see is white. I'm coming to help, small child.
Mary.
No, no.
Oh, I'll help. Stop. It's obviously not Mary.
Mary!
Yes, that is what I meant to do. Some exercising.
Mary, wait!
It is very bright.
It's me.
It could be a lot worse though, I promise.
It's Daddy!
It's not Mary, I keep telling you.
Damn it! I can't reach her.
Why do you want a small child?
She'll come out.
One of them has a gun, that's bad.
Leave her alone. She doesn't have anything you want.
Hey, guy! Yeah, you!
We don't much like uninvited guests.
Chill, dude.
Hey, she's on.
Now!
Whoa, crap!
Why would you? No! God dang it.
You!
This game. That was unfortunate.
Look what just wandered into the spider's web.
What happened to hospitality?
Hey, she's on.
Now!
I am equipping my gun.
Hold up! Hold up!
It's like, because of the tutorial hint, you have to, like, unequip your pistol. It's so annoying.
You can come out now. I won't hurt you.
You promise?
Yeah, I promise. Come on out. I have something to show you.
It's a cool camera.
What's your name, sweetie?
I'm May.
I have a daughter almost the same age as you. Here, you can take it.
Don't break it.
You're safe now. Here, take a look at this. It's okay. Take it.
That is not how that went down.
That's me.
What did you do to them?
Them? I made sure they wouldn't bother you.
Linda? Linda, you there? Why won't you answer me?
Henry?
May, thank God. Where's your mother?
Mommy never came back.
Where are you? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm with the nice man.
Man? What man?
Let me talk to him, sweetie.
Hello.
What do you want?
What I want? I want nothing.
Look, man, I know the score. All right, I got food, water, batteries. Bring me the girl, you'll have what you need. You got it?
Sure, man. I got it. Listen, the little girl doesn't look so good, and I think we're about to have a storm. So we need to get off the street.
Where are you?
Close to State Street, near the Arboretum.
Then get to the mall. It's probably the safest place for the time being.
Come on, sweetie. We gotta go.
The mall took less damage than most of the
Oh,
other buildings.
you are my backpack now.
So it's still pretty stable. When the quake settled,
Just try to kill me!
an emergency shelter. It was sealed up to keep out the dust, keep people alive. The windows have been boarded up and all the ventilation sealed. You and May should be safe there, at least for a short while.
Is her hair made out of Play-Doh? Because it looks like it. Look how bright this floor is. Good lord. It's like I'm playing Final Fantasy XI. I'm in the Valkyrie Dunes during the summer. That probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense to a lot of you. Oh well. Where do I go? Oh, I see. Nope, I don't see. Oh, I'm too stupid. I don't know. Oh. I knew that. I knew there was a door here. Am I sheathing this where May is? Holy shit. Be careful where you put that thing. Gonna stab a small child in accident. Jesus Christ.
You remember what this place looked like before?
Not so much. I was just a little girl then. Not grown up like now.
True, true.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's hard getting old. You forget things.
Yeah. Why do I always feel stuck? Because I am! Nah, there's gotta be a way to go, come on. Don't lie to me. I remember the first time I played this, I was really good at getting around. Now I feel so lost all the time. I've gotten worse at gaming. Oops. Da-na-da, da-na-da. I am stupid, 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 stupid. This way? There we go. This man is pretty strong to carry this small child and still jump and climb.
So, May, where's your mommy?
I don't know. She told me she'd be right back, but I waited a long, long time.
Dust storm's
Maybe
coming.
She got lost in the fog.
Don't worry. I'll help you find her. Dust storm doesn't look good.
That it doesn't.
We should be inside before it gets here.
That way. Not so bright anymore, is it? We'll be doing a lot of exploration inside the dust storms. But I think eventually you actually get a gas mask to make it a lot less dangerous, but still dangerous enough.
Almost there. We'll be safer inside.
Just gonna have this camera all the time. Wait, didn't I use a retry? I'm sure I used one. Oh, whatever. I'll try not to abuse it then if it's not actually gonna go down. We don't share. Get out. Rude. Weird.
The good spots are upstairs.
You been here?
With my mommy, yeah.
Well, hopefully the good spots aren't too dusty.
Hang on, it's gotta be a reason you can go around this way, right? Where you hiding your goodies? Where are you hiding your goodies? You said upstairs, so downstairs is good too, right? It's not time to go there yet. Fine. I guess we're on rails. The music's gonna get epic because I'm losing stamina while running. Epic, 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 epic. Danger, 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 danger. Okay, enough. I could probably use some of the water we got, but I'm gonna try and hold on to it as long as I can. Ooh. What is that? Ah, python or piton or whatever. You can plant one while you're hanging on to stuff, and it lets you rest while you're climbing. It can save your life. I think they're also necessary to get some of the harder to reach items in the game. If we can help not using it,
Not that way. The good spots are up higher.
If we can help not using it, we shan't, because it's very good to hold on to. Need water. How do we climb up? Camera? No. Yes. I think it might force me to use one here. So you plant one of these and you can somehow rest like this? I'm not sure how that works. Looks like we plant a big, I don't know, is it poop or is it a dildo on the wall? I can't go that far. There we go. Shame that it made me use it, but I guess the game had to teach us what it is. Let's have some of that water. Glub, 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 glub. We're actually doing pretty okay with items. We got a soda, which doesn't cure your capacity. We have the fruit cocktail, pretty good, pretty good. Painkillers, heals a little bit of health. Food can, very good for both. We'll save that as long as we can. As you can see, we're missing 2 weapons. Looks like a bow and, of course, the aforementioned shotgun.
Not that way. The good spots are up higher.
Fine, jeez. Did I come from there? I think I came from here, right? Yeah. Jesus.
Did you hear that?
I did.
Sounds like there's someone below us.
But I want to talk to them. Ooh. Never mind, it's stuff.
There are generators here. I can recharge my camera batteries.
Good thing they're rechargeable.
Henry. Henry, you there?
Yeah, don't worry, I'm here.
Just checking. We're inside the mall.
Hey, what's going on?
It's May. She's coughing. Probably from the dust. She doesn't look... Oh, wait. She's got a fever. She's burning up.
Shit. Okay. You need to find one of those crates the military dropped right after the event. It'll have medicine.
Where's the best place to find a crate that hasn't already been scavenged?
Search for places that are hard to reach. Like high rooftops, high buildings. Maybe you'll find one someone else missed.
Okay. There's a lookout point on the top floor of the mall. If there are any crates on the rooftops, that would be a good place to spot them from.
At least my character moves his mouth, Sherlock. How long have we been going for? 4 hours. Should we break it here? it might be a good time. Pretty sure this was a checkpoint anyway. Yup. So funny thing, while you're climbing and you're losing stamina, you can actually drink your stamina recovery items. So like somehow you're like, oh, I'm so tired, soda. Oh, I'm so good now. Like it doesn't make any sense. But I'm also pretty tired, so why don't we call things here for now? Yes, yes. So, I gotta say though, I had a pretty good time tonight. This was fun. It's gonna be a bit of a hell to get this up on YouTube properly, because I'm probably gonna treat this as the first part of Sherlock Holmes, even though there's a bunch of other games in here. Oh well, it's fine. But I think what we'll do is we'll continue Sherlock Holmes next time, I think. Make that our main game for time being. I do like I Am Alive as well, but you know, we can maybe switch between them, depends on how we feel. Alright, so yeah. First of all, I would like to thank you for joining me tonight. It's been my pleasure, as always. Like, the more I say this, the more, like, sounds like I'm a game show host. I don't know. If you're just lurking, or if you're watching this on VOD, I hope you enjoyed. I appreciate all of you. Yay! I'm not sure when I'll stream next. I might have the schedule set for Sunday, but I'm not sure about Sunday. We'll see how it goes. But either way, until next time, please be good to each other, take care, and I'll see you next time. Have a pleasant night.